During President Trump's first term, the administration clearly understood this, and they expanded export controls on semiconductor technologies to China, placing strict controls on firms like Huawei. At the start of this administration, again, President Trump publicly embraced the long-standing policy. Export controls were treated as national security decisions, as they should be. But that consensus apparently has not lasted. It was challenged very aggressively by corporate interests, most notably NVIDIA's CEO Jensen Huang, who is a frequent presence at the White House. The status quo was also challenged by President Trump's sort of self-proclaimed AI and crypto czar, billionaire David Sacks, who argued that the United States should give sensitive articles to China in order to make China dependent upon American technology. That argument sounds clever, but it isn't. By that logic, should we sell China F-35 fighter jets, advanced missile systems, top-tier satellite technologies? Of course we shouldn't. We don't preserve our leverage by handing our rivals the very tools that they need to close the gap they have with us. We preserve leverage by maintaining advantages that they can't replicate quickly or cheaply. And Mr. President, they are attempting to close this gap by cheating. The Justice Department just announced within the last few days, a dismantling of a major China-linked AI smuggling network, Operation Gatekeeper, seizing more than $50 million worth of these NVIDIA chips illegally exported to China. They're trying to steal this technology, reverse engineer, and take the intellectual property to eliminate this edge that we have. The administration initially claimed it would only permit sales of inferior chips, such as the NVIDIA H20, not the H200, hardware explicitly described as degraded and limited. But China declined. They waited, believing that President Trump would fold. And that's what happened. President Trump, within the last week, has announced that he plans to approve sales of the H200, one of the NVIDIA's most powerful AI chips, second only to the very top of its product line. Let's be clear what this chip is. The H200 is used to train and deploy frontier AI systems that U.S. national security agencies have long warned have numerous military and intelligence applications. Previous administrations working with allies imposed export controls precisely because they worked. China fell behind. Even the CEO of China's leading AI firm has admitted publicly that the access to advanced chips is their biggest bottleneck. President Trump is now solving this problem for China. The administration claims that in exchange, the United States will receive a share of the revenue. 25% of the sales is what we're being told. But that admission should alarm us. Decisions that were once made purely on our national security priorities are now apparently up for sale. And the administration justification that this will somehow keep China hooked on U.S. technology doesn't withstand normal scrutiny. We've got decades of evidence that China basically steals foreign technology as fast as it can. They won't be hooked on these chips. They'll take these chips, reverse engineer them, and produce their own and wipe out the edge that we now have with China in this critical defense technology. Now, less than a week after President Trump's announcement, one of the deal's leading proponents, David Sacks, is already starting to backtrack on his theory about we should give these articles to China. And let's look at the facts surrounding the timing of this announcement. NVIDIA's CEO has attended million-dollar-a-plate fundraisers for the president. His company donated to build the president's ballroom. And now, after months of lobbying and contributions, NVIDIA got what it wanted. I'm very, very nervous that the president is bartering away this edge and may barter away other edges to those who are lobbying and contributing to him. And this is a pattern that we've seen, transactional politics jeopardizing our security. China is reaping the rewards of this. They're already leading or rapidly catching up in so many critical industries. Why would we give up an edge in this one? The American people are watching this play out. They're particularly concerned about China, about China's advances, and about China giving up the edge we have over China in this key area. That's why I've signed on with many in this body. I think there are now 10 co-sponsors, equally divided between Democrats and Republicans. The Senator Ricketts and Coons Safe Chips Act, which would insist upon rigorous export controls over these chips, particularly as they might be transferred to China, the People's Republic of North Korea, Iran, and Russia. The number of bipartisan co-sponsors of this legislation and some similar legislation that is offered by other members, Senators Banks, Senator Collins, is growing. And I urge my colleagues to get on board with this legislation and make sure that we don't harm our national security by transferring technologies of such incredible importance to our country. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator New Hampshire.
Mr. President, my colleague from Virginia was very persuasive, I think, in pointing out the threat to national security that providing NVIDIA's chips to China presents. Unfortunately, another area that has the potential to significantly undermine our national security is the efforts by this administration to try and negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine. Now, don't get me wrong, I support ending the war in Ukraine. I think it would be in America's interests, in Europe's interests, and in Ukraine's interests to do that. But to do that in a way that undermines Ukraine for the long term, that gives Vladimir Putin access to the Ukrainian army, which is the largest army in Europe now, the most technologically advanced, and to do that in a way that would further undermine the future security of Ukraine is not in America's interest. But to continue his war in Ukraine, Vladimir Putin needs two things. He needs money and he needs weapons. Russia has hundreds of billions of dollars in assets frozen overseas, some of which are subject to U.S. jurisdiction. Now, Moscow's fighting hard to regain access to that money because it would help sustain its war effort. But as we know, money alone is not going to be enough. Sanctions have significantly degraded Russia's defense industry. And to keep building weapons, Russia relies on outside supply chains. Much of that support now comes from Chinese entities who are providing the materials and the technologies that are keeping Russia's war machine running. So if President Trump is really serious about ending this war, those are the pressure points to put against Vladimir Putin. Now, the good news is that the tools we need to apply that pressure already exists. The U.S. can deny Russia access to its frozen sovereign assets, and we can disrupt the supply chains that enable Russia to keep fighting. The Foreign Relations Committee has already reported out two bills that have had strong bipartisan support that would address each of these. One is the Repo Implementation Act, known as Repo 2.0, and I think that's particularly important because hundreds of billions of Russian sovereign assets have been frozen, including about $5 billion here in the United States, since the start of Russia's murderous invasion of Ukraine. Now, to help Ukraine beat back the Russian invasion and to eventually rebuild, seizing and repurposing those Russian frozen funds is the right place to start. Senators Risch and Whitehouse led the Rebuilding Economic Prosperity and Opportunity for Ukrainians Act, known as the Repo Act, which I supported, to allow the frozen assets in America to support Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction, to ensure Russia's accountability and ensure a just and lasting peace. The partnership has worked again in this session of Congress to put in place an even stronger Repo 2.0. And that bill, which passed out of committee, promotes regular scheduled transfer of sizable amounts of these underlying assets to Ukraine to build pressure until Russia ceases its war of aggression and agrees to terms compensating Ukraine for war damages. Now, I think it's particularly important for the United States to act because our EU friends have been working on this issue. They've had significant objections. Last year, when the first Repo Act was introduced, they raised a number of concerns. But this year, our European allies are working very hard to get this done in Europe, where most of the Russian assets are actually being held. There's a meeting on this today in Brussels. The question of freezing and then seizing and deploying Russian sovereign assets is a global security question. It should be decided by people operating in a global security environment. Now, as I said, the Foreign Relations Committee adopted Repo 2.0 by a voice vote in October, and I'm confident that we will pass this legislation out of this Congress at some point in the next few months, if not today. But supporting Ukraine against Russia in this unjust war is important to America's national security. And one way to help ensure that Ukraine has the support they need is to pass the Repo 2.0 Act. So, if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I now ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 243, Senate Bill 2918. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Kentucky is recognized.
reserving the right to object, Lady Astor was the first woman to serve in the British Parliament, the British House of Commons. In 1933, she was asked at a cocktail party, "Do you know where Hitler was born?" And without missing a beat, she responded, "At Versailles." And the point of the response was that harsh reparations from the Treaty of Versailles led to German resentment and the rise of the demagogue Hitler. They had the opposite of the planned effect. The plan was to punish Germany. The plan was to make Germany pay for the war that they had begun. But in the end, it led to the rise of Hitler. I fear many in the Senate, though they are well-intentioned, will repeat the same mistake of meting out punishment without considering the ramifications. If the authors of this bill are successful, they will confiscate Russian sovereign funds and distribute those funds to Ukraine. One can make a good argument for the fairness of making Russia pay for their war of aggression. But first, one must consider that this currently seized money is an integral part of peace negotiations. Once this money is seized, an important facet of the peace compromise will disappear, and Russia may well be induced to just keep fighting this terrible meat grinder of a war. What a tragedy if, in haste, the result of punishing Russia is to prolong the war. Confiscating Russian sovereign assets is essentially an act of economic war. Seizing and transferring these assets to Ukraine may make people in Washington feel virtuous, but it will not bring peace. Confiscating Russia's sovereign assets will reinforce the view of hardliners in Moscow that Russia's war lies not with Ukraine, but really with the United States and the West. There's no justification for Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but this bill directly undermines President Trump's diplomatic efforts to end the killing in Ukraine. In fact, the Trump administration recently warned the European Union not to give seized Russian funds to Ukraine. Russia's frozen assets could be used as a bargaining chip and are being used as a bargaining chip in negotiations. But confiscating their sovereign assets and giving them to Ukraine will only convince Moscow that there is no negotiated settlement to be had with Kiev. The result will be the further destruction of Ukraine. More Ukrainian soldiers and civilians will die, and more cities and towns will be turned to rubble. Nicholas Mulder is an associate professor at Cornell. He highlights the danger of the destabilizing precedent that Western countries would set by seizing assets to end a war they are not openly involved in. Professor Mulder writes that such an action would broaden the coercive actions that states could take for disputes to which they are not a direct party. Elizabeth Braw, a columnist at Foreign Policy and a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, also highlights the risk of blowback to Western companies. She states that if Western governments themselves begin confiscating assets without due process, they'll expose Western companies to the caprice of undemocratic regimes. In fact, Russia has already threatened to seize $288 billion of Western assets that are in Russia. So we take their money, they take our money. Where does the cycle end? This bill will hand the Russians another tool to fuel resentment against us. American leaders speak of a rules-based international order, but the theory that the United States can confiscate the assets of another country we are not at war with is legally fraught. Professor Mulder argues that economic reprisals are the prerogative of injured states, not of third parties. Rather than compel respect for international law, our actions will demonstrate to our adversaries that we are flouting it. This bill will be used by the Kremlin to show the world that while Washington demands that others follow the rules, we are happy to break them when we see fit. In a multipolar world, Washington can no longer expect to act with impunity, particularly when dealing with a nuclear power. We understood the serious dangers that our country faced during the Cold War, but 3 decades of hubris and repeated foreign policy disasters proves that Washington's foreign policy establishment is badly broken. A good way to start on the road to fixing that broken foreign policy is rejecting this disastrous bill, which will only delay and possibly end the peace negotiations. I object.
President.
Objections heard. Senator.
I appreciate my colleague from Kentucky's longstanding efforts to object to sanctions and to any way to hold accountable states that commit atrocities like Vladimir Putin's. But I think he's just wrong on how we end this war. The way we end this war is by putting pressure on Vladimir Putin so that he's willing to come to the table. He has not been willing to come to the table to have serious negotiations. And the president's rolling out the red carpet for him in Alaska, welcoming him back into the international community, also has not brought him to the table. So the only thing Vladimir Putin understands, and I agree with my colleague about the Russian people. I've been to Russia. The Russian people are wonderful. They are being misled by a tyrant who will do anything to continue to expand Russia's influence, not only in Europe, but around the world. My colleague, I'm sure, hasn't read some of the documents that show what Russia's doing right now to meddle in the United States to try and influence public opinion about the war in Ukraine. So I think he's absolutely wrong, and that's why I'm going to continue to ask for unanimous consent to pass the third bill that came out of the Foreign Relations Committee, because I think that Russia, not Ukraine, not U.S. taxpayers, should pay for the destruction it's caused. What the Repo 2.0 bill would do would be to make clear that aggression carries lasting financial consequences. Now, the other bill that I think is critical is the Stop China and Russia Act. This is bipartisan legislation that Senator Cornyn co-sponsored with me. It targets those Chinese entities that are supplying Russia's defense industrial base. It focuses on machine tools, on electronics, on industrial inputs that have military applications. Those inputs that are showing up in Russia in their armored vehicles, in their drones, and in their missiles. Those inputs enable Russia to rebuild forces and prepare for future conflict. In fact, I don't know that my colleague from Kentucky, who's on the Foreign Relations Committee with me, was at the hearing that we had earlier this year, where we heard expert testimony before the committee from both the majority and minority witnesses that made clear that the buildup that is happening in Russia right now goes beyond Ukraine. As one of those experts said, at this point, and I'm quoting now, seeing the trends in Russia's military capabilities, reconstitution, adaptation, the buildup in Russian forces, there is no other reason to do that unless you're expecting a confrontation with a much larger potential adversary than Ukraine. Because just to fight the war in Ukraine, Russia doesn't need to do what it's currently doing. That's a quote from one of those experts. That's exactly why this pressure matters, why it's important for us to make sure that Vladimir Putin is really willing to come and negotiate in good faith, which he has not been willing to do. Denying Russia money and weapons reduces the risk of a wider conflict later. Congress should take swift action to advance the second bill and to target the resources that Putin needs to keep this war going, because they raise the cost of continued aggression in terms that Putin can't ignore. And if my colleague from Kentucky thinks that nobody in America cares about what's happening in Ukraine, he needs to talk to the folks in New Hampshire who are part of Common Man for Ukraine, who provide supplies and go to Ukraine on a regular basis to try and help the people who are affected. So now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate take up and pass Senate Bill 2654, the Stop China and Russia Act of 2025. So as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 241, Senate Bill 2657. Further, that the committee reported substitute amendment be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Kentucky is recognized.
reserving the right to object, notion to think that we will yell and scream and gnash our teeth and tell China, quit selling dual-use material to Russia, and that they will immediately have a sanguine face and say, oh, of course, what were we thinking? We'll quit doing it. That's what the logic of this legislation is. We're going to tell China to quit doing it. Now, there is another way diplomacy could work. We have hundreds and hundreds of sanctions on China. If you want China to do something, you could offer to China to remove some sanctions in exchange for them not selling weapons that have dual use or parts that have dual use to Russia. There are ways that you can gain things through diplomacy, but they are transactional and they include carrots and sticks. But just making sort of over-the-top statements about how evil China is and communist this, communist that, will not get you anything. If you want something from China, you have to offer them something in exchange. If you want them to quit selling dual-use parts to Russia that they are using in the war, offer them some relief from the hundreds and hundreds of sanctions we have put on. Instead, what this body and the same people who are for this bill have advocated is, oh, we're going to go one step further. Anybody who sells oil to Russia, we're going to put a 500% tariff on them. How do you think China will respond to a 500% tariff? You think China's going to say, oh, we're so sorry, our bad, we should not trade with China, and we will do whatever the U.S. tells us? No, they will react like anybody else that's a sovereign nation, and they will push back, and they will say, hell no, we're not going to stop buying oil and gas from Russia. Then there'll be a 500% tariff on China, which means what? An embargo. We've got an embargo the president has already declared on Venezuela. Do we want an embargo of goods with China? Do we think we're going to defeat China by not trading with them? In fact, I think it's the opposite. I think you defeat and influence China by trading with them. The moment we have no trade with China is the moment in all likelihood they'll say, we've got nothing to lose in going into Taiwan. The moment they go into Taiwan will be when we have absolutely no trade with China. So it's the opposite. These people want to isolate us from trade. They want a trade isolationism throughout the world. It's a mistake and won't work. It's not that some of the goals or things that they advocate for aren't desirable. I agree. We should try to get Russia to quit, China to quit selling dual-use parts to Russia. But guess what? When Secretary Yellen and Secretary Blinken went over there, what did they do? They went over there and publicly chastised China in their country. You think that worked? No, that made China mad. They did the opposite. This is the opposite of diplomacy. If you want diplomacy, you don't call people names, you don't treat them like a stepchild, you don't treat them like a rebellious teenager and say, I'm wagging my finger and you better quit selling dual-use parts to Russia. No, you have to offer them something they want, and in exchange they do something we want. That's the way diplomacy works. But in Washington, diplomacy works by, we will have a resolution and we will say, this resolution will say how evil China is. Doesn't have any effect. The sanctions haven't worked. Taking Russia's money is not going to work, and chastising China is not going to work. If you want to have better relations, you have to have relations where it's a give and get relationship. That's what diplomacy is all about. I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President,
Senator from New Hampshire is recognized
I think
again.
my colleague is confused. This bill would not tell China what to do. It would require sanctions that would prohibit the actions that I outlined about support to Russia. And there aren't any tariffs in this bill. Again, my colleague is confused. And I don't think giving NVIDIA's chips to China is the way to get China to cooperate with the United States. I think developing a relationship that China understands where we are on issues and we understand where they are is important. And that's what this bill is about. It's about helping China to understand that we stand in support of Ukraine and we don't support China providing weapons and keeping Russia's war machine going. So, Mr. President, I'm afraid my colleague from Kentucky is interested in appeasement rather than interested in trying to solve the issues. And we will come back to the floor and continue to try and raise these issues because it's important for Ukraine to understand that there are members in this Congress who believe we need to support them in this unjust war that Russia started, and Russia is continuing to cause thousands of casualties and millions of dollars in destruction in the country. I yield the floor. Okay, I withhold the request for a quorum.
Under the previous order, the Senate will resume legislative session and resume consideration of S.J. Res. 82, which the clerk will report.
Counter number 203, S.J. Res. 82, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, and so forth.
The clerk will read the title of the joint resolution for the third time.
Counter number 203, S.J. Res. 82, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, and so forth.
The question occurs on passage of the joint resolution.
Is there a sufficient second?
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Thank you. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slatkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Cantwell, King, Merkley, Ossoff, Shaheen, Tillis, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Cornyn, Lee, Marshall, and Risch. Mr. Marino, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Yeah. All right. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Sheehy, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Banks, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. No. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Schmidt, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50, and the joint resolution fails to pass. Under the briefest order, the Senate will resume executive session. Thanks. Senator from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. President, we're getting ready to turn the page into 2026, which is hard to process in some ways because so much has happened in 2025. I have a habit when I approach the end of the year to look back and also take a quick look forward at where things might be going. But just thinking about this year, we've had more votes in this body this year than any Senate since 1976. We've been in session more days than any Senate in the past 50 years, and we've actually confirmed more nominations in the first year of a new presidency than any Senate in decades and decades. There's been a lot of work that's happened in this chamber this year. And just reflecting back on that, I see what still needs to be done, but I think there is some benefit just for us to be able to pause for a moment and think about what has already occurred in this incredibly busy year. We talk a lot about the Working Families Tax Cut Act that we passed this past summer. The regulations are being written out by the IRS and multiple others to be implemented for this coming tax season. But there's so many things that actually went into that, and the debate around it was so noisy. I think people lose track of the things that were actually in it. I talked to some teachers in Oklahoma who have no idea that next year when they buy school supplies, that next year they'll be able to write off a deduction for the school supplies that they purchased because of the Working Families Tax Cut Act. We're literally treating every classroom as if it's their own small business and they have their own small business expense and they can deduct it from their taxes, their expense for their classroom. That's never happened before, and we think that'll be a tremendous gain for classrooms all over the country and to be able to be a direct help to teachers. That's just one of the many things that were in the bill, things like no tax on tips to be able to help service-related employees all over the country. No tax on overtime, which is especially beneficial to our first responders and our law enforcement that work so much overtime, including Capitol Hill Police that are right here. There's a lot of overtime hours, and that's going to be a direct help to them. I was talking to a person at a checkout line not long ago that was a senior adult, that was a working senior adult, that as I'm checking out, she said, hey, that bill that y'all passed, that's going to keep me from paying taxes on my income after Social Security, after I'm receiving that, that's going to be a huge help to me. And she just couldn't thank us enough because as a working senior, she just needed a little bit of help. There's so many different things that we were able to get done in that working families tax cut bill. We're able to provide a new child tax credit. We're able to provide a tax incentive to businesses that actually provide quality child care for their employees, so that so many employees that want to have their kids near them at work could actually have that opportunity. I'm grateful that we're able to do some things that are substantial for a lot of those families. Within the past hour, it's kind of funny even walking the floor on this, I had someone that just made a random comment. They had no idea of my connection to it, but they just made a random comment about a part of the bill that I actually helped author in that working families tax cut bill, and that's the area where we deal with full expensing. Now, if you're not a business owner, you have no idea what that is. But if you own a farm or a ranch or a business, you know exactly what it is. If you've got big capital expenses, think for a farm or a ranch, a tractor or a truck. Think for a manufacturing a big piece of equipment. When you're able to purchase that, that's a business expense. But in the past, in the tax code, you'd have to write that business expense off over several years. You do eventually get to write it off, but all the expense is actually in the first year when you had to buy it. You were prohibited from writing it all off in your first year. I was able to get that changed in this bill in a section that I authored so that those businesses and farmers and ranchers that in the year they purchase that big of equipment, they can also write it off on their taxes that 1 year rather than having to stretch it out in several years. It's exactly the same to the federal government as far as income, what's coming in tax revenue to the federal government. It's no difference. But to that business and that farm and ranch, it's a huge difference for them. Many of those small businesses that have a big capital expense, literally, if they have a big capital expense that year, they also have to go to the bank and borrow money to help pay their taxes that year because it takes several years to be able to depreciate that out. That's gone as of this year. That's no longer going to be an issue. Literally, every economist has said that is one of the most significant parts of the bill as far as for economic activity across the country because it incentivizes more people to buy another piece of equipment to be able to use. It makes their business more efficient, and guess what? The person who sold them the piece of equipment also gets more business. It literally churns our economy and gets us up into a higher speed economically, providing more jobs and more opportunity for more people. I also worked a lot on a section on the bill that a lot of people don't talk about, but it's very important to me, and I found it's been very important to a lot of other folks as well in the nonprofit sector. In 2017, we made a change in the tax law. That change doubled the standard deduction, simplifying tax filing for about 91% of Americans. It's much more straightforward than it used to be. But the trade-off for that was, if you donated to a nonprofit, if you don't itemize your taxes, that nonprofit donation is no longer tax deductible for you. Meaning, the top 9% of people in the country in income that itemize their taxes, they get to write off their nonprofit donations. No one else does. Well, that may not seem like a big deal, but in the past decades, nonprofits have lost $20 billion going into nonprofits. It's a very significant issue. America has 3 safety nets. The third of those safety nets is government. The first safety net is the family. The second safety net are churches and nonprofits. The third safety net is government. Government can never keep up with all the issues and the social needs. We got to have strong families. We've got to have strong churches and nonprofits. They're the ones that are actually taking care of the homeless and the hurting and the hungry. They're the ones that do it every single day. They're the volunteers that are out there that are supported in what they're doing by usually small dollar donations. So as of January the 1st of next year, we made a permanent change in tax policy to say if your family donates to a nonprofit of your choice, pick whichever one you want to. If your family donates to a nonprofit, as of next year, you'll be able to write off up to $2,000 of that donation off on your taxes, whether you itemize or not. The goal is stronger nonprofits, which means more people getting assistance in their community face-to-face. Government writes checks. Nonprofits meet people face-to-face, mentor, help in a way that government never can. So this body made a decision together in that Working Families Tax Cut Act to say we're going to do something to be able to strengthen our nonprofits all around the country. And I'm very proud to be able to be a part of that. We started this year, we forget about this, but we started this year by passing a very simple piece of legislation. It says if someone is illegally present in the country and they've committed a crime, if they're arrested, they have to be removed from the country. As strange as it is, that didn't used to be the law. And we literally had people arrested that were illegally present in the country and then just released right back out again. Many of those individuals committed crimes over and over and over, and were just released again, released again, released again. This body voted this past January and said that's not going to ever happen again. We're never going to have individuals that are victims of crime. That's just this repetitive nature of it over and over again. We've done a lot to be able to just talk about the value of every single child. This body and my colleagues that are here will know that I speak out often on this issue. I'm one of those crazy people that think children are valuable. All of them. I don't think some children are valuable and some children are disposable. I think all of them are valuable. So we've done a lot to be able to just talk about this issue and to be able to bring it up. Several bills that we've actually worked through, the MOMS Act, which bolsters access to resources and assistance to help moms and children thrive. We've actually tried to be able to work through multiple different things dealing with conscience protections. A bill that I have that actually works to be able to protect the conscience rights of those that are in the medical profession and going through training. As odd as it sounds right now, in medical training, you're now brought to a point that it's assumed you're going to be part of an abortion as a part of your medical training unless you opt out of it. And then even at that point, they could still bring you and say, you've got to be able to choose right now. I can tell you stories of medical students that have actually reached out to our office and said they literally were brought into an abortion as a part of their medical training and were told if they left out, they would have a mark on their educational record saying that they abandoned a patient. Even when they had said they do not plan to ever do elective abortions in their practice ever and want to be able to opt out of it. Listen, there's a simple way to be able to do this. Change the perspective on it to say that it's automatically everyone is opted out. If you want to do elective abortions, you'd have to choose to opt into that in your residency. But the abortion folks want to make sure as many people as possible are trained to be able to do elective abortions because they want to keep that going, violating the conscience rights of many people that go into medicine to save life, not take it. So we're working through the process to be able to help protect that. Cindy Hyde-Smith and I, the great senator from Mississippi, she and I are working on a bill called the Restore Act to be able to deal with infertility issues, to be able to find multiple different ways to be able to walk alongside families. We have a bill that deals with pastors and nonprofits who have been targeted by the IRS for simply speaking their mind. It should not be so in America. Senator Jackie Rosen and I, my Democratic colleague from Nevada, she and I lead the Anti-Semitism Task Force here in the Senate. Anti-Semitism should not be a partisan issue. That should be a nonpartisan issue. And it should not be a part of who we are as America. But the problem is we have rising anti-Semitic conversation happening all around our nation right now, from the left and from the right. And it's disheartening. In a nation that values every single person, and for many people that actually speak out openly about diversity in our nation and protecting the rights of opportunity for every person, no matter where they're from, to have equal opportunity and equal ability to be able to rise, seem to have no problem at times ranting anti-Semitic tropes, sometimes flippantly and sometimes in a hostile way. We've had folks just during this year in public settings talking about how much they love Hitler or making jokes about the gas chambers. Folks talking about organized Jewry, or folks talking about that if you support Israel, maybe you have some kind of brain virus. With folks chanting from the river to the sea and liberation by any means. with college campuses even this year, where a Jewish student was confronted with someone saying, if I see another pig female Jew, I will drag you away, rape you, and throw you off a cliff. This is the United States of America. Stand for the rights of every individual to have any faith of their choosing and to live that faith openly without fear. So why is it that when I go to Hanukkah festivals, there have to be so many police there? You know why? Because some people hear these dumb statements and they do dumb things, acts of violence that come out of that. Just this year, we had 2 Israeli embassy staff members that were murdered walking out of an event here in Washington, D.C. Just this year, we've had in Boulder, Colorado, a gathering of folks that were there just to be able to stand in support of Israel, that someone came by with incendiary devices and literally set a group of Jewish people that were peacefully speaking out for Israel, they set them on fire on the street. Just this year, a Chabad Jewish center was set on fire overnight in Florida. That's in our country. And I could go on and on. Not to mention the incredibly painful first day of Hanukkah attack in Sydney, Australia. Anti-Semitism has no place in our nation. Now, I understand you have a First Amendment right to be able to say any dumb thing you want to say. But I also have the right to be able to call it out for what it is. It's anti-Semitic hatred. Don't try to shape it in some way to be able to say, this is my right to be able to speak out. It is. But it's also my right to be able to call it out. And to say in my party as a Republican, we have no place for anti-Semitic hatred. And in our nation, we should make no space for someone to be able to intimidate someone because of their faith or their background, no matter who they are. This year, we were able to pass a bill assisting rural hospitals with $50 billion. $50 billion. I don't know what the rural hospitals are like in everybody else's state, but I can tell you what they're like in Oklahoma. They take care of some great people, and they're dedicated folks in the medical profession, but they struggle because they don't have a high patient count. They're not trying to do intricate surgeries. They're trying to help somebody that just got hit on the road in an accident, or someone who had a heart attack, or someone who had a stroke. They're trying to stabilize them and help them. Yeah, they're going to transfer them to a big hospital somewhere else, but they're desperately needed all across rural Oklahoma. But they really struggle to be able to keep up because of the incredible price of medical technology now. So we just passed a bill dealing with $50 billion to be able to help rural hospitals all over the country get caught up, and then to be able to maintain what they're doing. We were able to be able to help rural nursing homes as well. Rural nursing homes that were actually facing a Biden-era rule that the Biden-era folks, they told me they meant well by it, but basically they were requiring a bunch of additional 24-hour nursing assistants and nurses to be able to be on site at any point in those nursing homes. Now, that sounds like a great idea, but understand there's physically not that many nurses that live in rural areas across the country. What that really was going to mean, though they seemed to have meant well, what that really meant was they were going to close down a bunch of rural nursing homes all over my state, distancing people at one of their most vulnerable moments of life away from their families. That's a terrible idea. This body was able to flip that and to say, we're not going to allow that to be able to happen. We're going to change that to where that's different. This body just passed the National Defense Authorization. Thankfully, we've now gone 6 decades, and every single year we've passed it. And in my state, we're able to do several things to be able to make sure we're protecting national security in the work that we continue to do in Oklahoma. Tinker Air Force Base is the largest Air Force depot that we have in the country. It's critical for the maintenance of all those aircraft and the strength of our warfighters. Tinker Air Force Base has struggled in civilian hiring, though we have thousands of people there, not because we don't have great Oklahomans that want to serve our nation as a civilian at Tinker Air Force Base, because of foolish hiring rules that were set aside and created that slowed down the process of hiring. Well, in the National Defense Authorization, I was able to put in an amendment to be able to get that changed. And so that we're able to actually do the civilian hiring that our nation requires, so that we can actually continue to be able to defend ourselves and our nation anywhere in the world. We want to make it very clear we have the most lethal, most moral fighting force in the history of the world, and we want to make sure we're strong and ready enough that no one ever would challenge us, ever. That's what brings us greater national security. This year, in a moment probably no one here saw, and that's okay. We all have different issues in our states. In a solemn moment in April of this year, we gathered on the Capitol grounds, right over there, around the enormous 100-year-old trees that are planted all over Capitol grounds. And we were able to plant a tiny little live oak that most folks probably won't even notice, but you will. Next to that little live oak, it's just about that tall now, is a little plaque saying it's a seedling from the Oklahoma City survivor tree. 30 years ago, this past April, a person with deep hatred for the federal government drove up to the federal building in Oklahoma City with a truck loaded with fertilizer and diesel fuel, ignited it, and killed 168 people that day. It was 30 years ago this year. Across the street from the federal building, there was a tree that was just a gangly little tree that was in a parking lot, quite frankly, growing up through the asphalt. The detonation itself literally twisted the tree across the street and blew every single leaf off of it. Literally blew every single one of them off of it. No one paid any attention to that. Obviously, through the recovery and all that happened in trying to recover families and taking care of people and trying to stabilize the community, no one really noticed until the next year, literally a year later, that twisted bent tree budded. It survived that blast. And it has become the signature of Oklahoma City, the survivor tree. It's still doing well, by the way. Seed pod was taken from that tree, was grown in some soil, and then was transplanted here to the Capitol grounds so that every person that walks past it for centuries from now will walk past and see that little plaque and remember those who were lost, those who survived, and those who were changed forever in April of 1995. We got to do that this year because we never want to forget. We've gotten a lot done this year. There's still a lot more to do next year. We've got to finish appropriations. We've got a lot of work to do on housing costs. We've got a lot of other bills that are still pending. But we've been able to accomplish much. I understand full well we're divided. I understand full well that we don't agree on everything. I get that. But where we can find agreement, let's get moving. Let's solve the issues. One last thing. Many folks in this body know my friend Jim Inhofe. Jim Inhofe served in this body literally for decades. He used to sit right there. Jim Inhofe and I, several years ago, worked on a new formula for veterans hospitals to partner a veterans hospital with another hospital so they would share resources. So the veterans hospital would never have to keep up with other hospitals. They could share resources and physicians in a brand new way. It had never been done quite like this before. We were able to partner together to be able to do that in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We're Oklahoma State's hospital And a new veterans hospital would rise up right in conjunction with it so that the best researchers, the best equipment, the best physicians could share that space back and forth so that our veterans would never hear someone say, well, we're going to have to send you to a different VA hospital, a different place to be able to get that type of care. They could get it right there at home. It's a new model that I'm pleased the Veterans Committee and other leadership, including my colleague Jerry Moran that's sitting on the floor here today, was a part of. But for Jim and I to be able to work through that process was an honor for us to be able to get that in Tulsa. Never did I ever think that a couple of years later, this year, I'd be dedicating that hospital as the James Mountain Inhofe Tulsa Veterans Medical Center after my friend Jim Inhofe passed away. That hospital that he and I worked together on now bears his name. And veterans in the days ahead will continue to get quality care in Northeast Oklahoma from the legacy of Jim Inhofe, but also from the commitment of this body to say we're going to do what it takes to take care of our veterans as we continue to do. So I'm grateful to this body for the work that we get done because it matters to people. But we have a lot more to do. So let's get after it. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The distinguished senator from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. President, thank you. First, before I make the remarks, I'd like to let me commend my colleague from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford, for his comments. I've said this to my colleagues, Republican and Democrat, and I would join in this call for let's getting things done. A message that I've tried to make clear is that many of us, most of us, perhaps all of us, are away from home, away from family. We come to Washington, D.C., and in much of my life I felt guilty about being gone from things at home. That sense of regret about being absent to family, to kids, to wife, is somewhat compensated for in the service that comes from this serving in the United States Senate from public service. But unless we actually accomplish things, it's hard to justify the sadness that comes, the challenges that come, the absence of fulfilling responsibilities that occur in our lives if we're here without accomplishments. And Senator Langford made so clear, it doesn't always have to be the biggest things or the things that are thought of to be the biggest. They can be things that are in many ways in people's minds the modest or small things. But I can't imagine that anybody in the United States Senate or in Congress or in public service or in jobs that are demanding would do so if they didn't think that there was a goal accomplished at the end of their time. And we all ought to take to heart what the senator from Oklahoma said about getting things done. It can help us justify being away from those we love so frequently and doing something that actually matters to America and the world. We don't, certainly we shouldn't come here for purposes of the name on the door or a nice desk in a big office or for the camaraderie or the ability to call yourself a United States Senator. Those things are absolutely meaningless. But if we can find the common denominator between Republicans and Democrats, between individuals from different states and different parts of the country, we can find the common denominator by people who have different ideas and political philosophy. The United States Senate should be a place that's designed to pull people together, to bring us together so that those accomplishments occur. And I commend my colleague from Oklahoma as a senator who has accomplishments and works hard to make sure that we all are working together so we all can have accomplishments. I express my gratitude and respect for the senator. I want to take the moment I have to honor the life and mourn the passing of a Kansan, Charlie Shoemaker, someone I knew really well or and somebody who was from time to time an advisor to me, particularly on issues related to veterans. Charlie Shoemaker was born and raised in Leavenworth, Kansas. Charlie took Kansas values and hard work and dedicated his service. He took service to heart, and he worked hard on behalf of other people, especially veterans, throughout his life. He served in the United States Army, sacrificing for his country and defending freedom in Vietnam. And following his departure from the Army, Charlie met his wife, Roberta, in Leavenworth, where they raised their children and would enjoy 44 years of marriage together. Charlie's dedication to his fellow service members continued well after his time and well after the time that active duty came to an end. Charlie found the VFW, or the VFW found Charlie, I'm not sure which, but they became intricately engaged and involved with each other. And he was so involved in his local post, VFW post in Leavenworth, member. Charlie began his leadership role as the commander of the VFW Post 56, but would go on to serve as district commander, Kansas Department commander, Western Conference commander, and VFW councilman for Kansas and Colorado. He later served as the VFW National Inspector General under the National Commander B.J. Lawrence. It was through his service that I came to know Charlie. His knowledge, expertise, and passion for improving the lives of other veterans that he knew and veterans that he never met, was incredibly valuable to them and valuable to me. He regularly provided me with advice and was part of a group of veterans who met with me to discuss veterans affairs. Charlie's compassion and his insight into tackling the challenges that veterans face was valuable to me, but much more important, more so valuable to thousands of veterans across Kansas and across our country that he served. Charlie's passion for giving back to his fellow service members and his community led him to give much of his time and energy to volunteering each year, for example, for the Leavenworth Veterans Day Parade. He established the Leavenworth County Law Enforcement Awards Dinner to honor those who dedicated their lives in service to their community and their country. Charlie was a light to all who knew him, and he is deeply missed. My prayers are with his sons, Michael, Patrick, Christopher, and Charles, his grandchildren, his brothers and sisters, and many nieces and nephews. His legacy will live on in the hearts of all who knew him. And Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity to express my gratitude and respect. I thank you for the opportunity to express my gratitude and respect for Charlie, a life well lived. I yield the floor.